Check 1, 2. Good morning, everybody. The time is 10:05. This meeting of the Judiciary Committee has commenced, and we will go into recess to caucus. Thank you.
All right. We would like to call back to order the Judiciary Committee meeting for Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. Seeing no remarks from my co-chair, we will start with the Senate bills on our agenda. We will start with Senate Bill number 1284, an act concerning the illegal use of certain vehicles and street takeovers. The motion will be a JF.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a bill that we've been trying to get right for some time now. It comes to us through the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association, CCM, and it deals with the issue of street takeovers. It revises the provisions for the forfeiture of some of these illegal vehicles. It authorizes municipalities to adopt an ordinance related to the issue of street takeovers, revises the time period associated with the suspension of an operator's license, and allows for revocation of the license related to a street takeover. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I just want to thank the leadership and my co-ranking member here on the committee. Unfortunately, we've been addressing street takeovers for the last couple of years, and we thought we had our arms around the situation, but they do persist. And so we did have some great testimony from some of the mayors of our larger cities here in the state. Mayor Elliker, I recall, came and testified. I think this is another tremendous step forward, and let's just hope we can nip this in the bud. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on this? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1284 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Yes.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Fazino, Kissel,
Yes.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Yes.
Ciccarella, DiCaprio,
Yes.
Delaney, Dillon, Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey, Howard,
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Johnson, Khan, Johnson,
Johnson votes yes. Thank you, clerk.
Lamarck Muir, Lesser, Marr,
Yes.
Miller, O'Day,
O'Day, yes.
Osborne, Pavlak D'Amato,
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Perillo, Quinn,
Yes.
Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Retigliano, Sims, Veach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson. Dylan?
Dylan votes yes.
Thank you.
Moving on, item number 2, Senate Bill number 1309, an act concerning fines for certain disciplinary actions in correctional facilities. The motion will be a JFS, LCO number 6989.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I want to thank the leadership of the committee for working in a bipartisan fashion on this measure. I would anticipate that there will be further discussions. The idea for this came when myself and my counsel, Melody Dykes, and others did a tour of McDougall Walker. As has been expressed on various dates at public hearings, correctional officers feel that the tools in their toolbox to maintain order in our facilities has been limited while we seek ways to make the incarceration of inmates have adequate time outside their cells and other things like that. So what this does is it simply allows the imposition of a modest fine that will be assessed against one's commissary account in a correctional facility. If someone violates the rules within the correctional facility, again, another minor tool in the toolbox of correctional officers. But I would anticipate further discussions on what might be appropriate, because it has been brought to my attention that not everyone is afforded a means to earn money within the Department of Corrections as an inmate, and also that many of the inmates' commissary accounts is substantially or totally funded by their family members and not themselves. So always open for further discussions regarding this, but I do appreciate the open and bipartisan nature of the support of moving this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Winfield.
Thank you. And just to further to Senator Kissel's point, I think it is because of his openness to having a conversation and understanding the issues brought before the committee from the advocates who testified on the bill that I lend my support to the bill today. Happy to engage in a conversation and see if we can make this bill do what Senator Kissel intends without having unintended consequences. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion on this bill? If not, maybe Representative Fishbein for motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we create a consent calendar and that we move item number 2, SB 1309, an act concerning fines for certain disciplinary actions in correctional facilities and the deposit of such fines into a fund for the benefit of all persons who are incarcerated, to said consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing item on consent? Is objection? Seeing none, that is so ordered. Maybe in the future we can get shorter titles. Number 3, Senate Bill number 1322, an act concerning nonprofit human service providers requiring studies of insurance pooling for nonprofit organizations and certain practices by homeowners insurance companies, and exempting nonprofit organizations from certain automobile insurance and bond requirements. Motion will be a JF. And yes, I should note that this is a referral. The motion is from Senator Winfield. The second is from Senator Kissel. I will make a motion to strike sections 1 and 3 of the bill. Motion to strike sections 1 and 3. Discussion on the amendment. If not, let me try your minds. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Sections 1 and 3 are stricken. Discussion of the underlying bill. If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that item number 3, SB 1322, an act concerning nonprofit human services providers requiring services of insurance pooling for nonprofit organizations and certain practices by homeowners insurance companies, and exempting nonprofit organizations from certain automobile insurance and bond requirements be moved to the consent calendar.
Objection to placing item on consent. Objection, seeing none, so ordered. Number 4, Senate Bill number 1328, an act prohibiting the private ownership, operation, or management of state correctional facilities. The motion is a JF.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Senator Winfield.
Mr. Chair, this does what the title suggests. It prohibits the private ownership, operation, or management of any state correctional facility.
Maybe that's why we have such detailed titles. Senator Winfield. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I also just wanted on the record that I stand in strong support with this proposal. Having the most correctional facilities of any state senator in Connecticut has caused me over the years to actually learn a great deal about what it is to work in a correctional facility, tour our facilities, not only in North Central Connecticut, but throughout the state of Connecticut. And I have the utmost respect for the men and women, the boots on the ground, that maintain order within our correctional facilities. And indeed, our correctional facilities are indeed to correct the behaviors of inmates, knowing that the vast majority, probably over 90%, do get released back into a free society. And we want them to be happy, productive, tax-paying people within our society that are not going to go back to the Department of Corrections. There are stories, and they are understood to be true, that when private enterprise that is profit-driven, which is not a bad word, but when they do engage in correctional institutions and maintaining them, that if there's disorder or a riot or anything like that, they do not have the commitment to maintaining the facility's safety as with state employees. I firmly believe that. There's stories that support that. It's not a criticism of all private enterprise by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly I want it on the record that I would never support the privatization of our Department of Corrections, and I think it would be bad public policy. Thank you, Chairman Stafford.
Further discussion on this bill? Further discussion? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll on item number 4.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1328 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Yes.
Flexer,
Yes.
Badcar Wilcox. Vazino.
Yes.
Kissel. Fishbein. Blumenthal. Brown. Cabrera. Callahan.
No.
Chicarella.
Yes.
DiCaprio.
No.
Delaney.
Delaney, yes.
Dillon. Doucette.
Yes.
Dubitsky.
No.
Elliott. Gaston.
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Hillcrest. Godfrey. Howard.
No.
Jacobson.
Jacobson, yes.
Johnson. Khan. Lamarck Muir. Lesser.
Yeah.
Marr. Miller. O'Day.
O'Day votes no.
Mar votes yes.
Thank you. Osborne. Pavlock D'Amato.
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo. Quinn.
Yes.
Rahman. Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Rutigliano. Sims.
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach.
Beach votes no.
Walker. Wilson.
All right. Item number 6, an act concerning mothers who are incarcerated breastfeeding their infants. Senate Bill number 1435. The motion will be a JF. Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Flexer. Discussion on this bill. Any discussion? Senator Kissel?
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. This bill idea was brought forward to this committee by Senator Summers. She had toured some of the facilities down in her district where we incarcerate female inmates, found that while it's unclear why the Department of Corrections can't do this on their own, it's certainly a policy that helps the infant newborn medically, and hopefully with this legislation, a policy that really probably should be initiated within the Department of Corrections, will find a way to happening. These matters are few and far between, but again, there was ample testimony in support of this by Senator Summers based upon her eyewitness review of the facilities that this would be good for all concerned. And I urge the committee's support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Winfield.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, I also want to lend my comments in alignment with Senator Kissel. I think this is smart policy. It's good policy. The baby and the mother bond through oxytocin. The body temperature of the baby is regulated. We know that this is good policy and we absolutely should be doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further on this? If not, Representative Fishbein for motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 6, SB 1435, an act concerning mothers who are incarcerated breastfeeding their infant to the consent calendar.
Any objection to placing the item on consent? I would sure hope not. So ordered. Next will be item number 7, Senate Bill number 1436, an act concerning police data reporting requirements. The motion will be a JF.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill that establishes the crime of making a false statement of a law enforcement record. It makes a violation of the reason for the cancellation or revocation of a police officer's certification. requires notification to the appropriate state's attorney if there's a suspected criminal violation by an officer, and creates an exception rather, for the disclosure of a formal complaint against a police officer that has not been adjudicated.
Is there discussion on this bill? Representative Fishbein for motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move item number 7, SB 1436, an act concerning police data reporting requirements to the consent calendar.
Objection to placing the item on consent. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Number 8, Senate Bill number 1439, an act concerning the definition of child sexual abuse material. The motion will be a JFS, LCO number 6984.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Flexer. Discussion on this bill. Senator Winfield?
Sure. What the bill does is it aligns our definition of child sex abuse material with the federal definition of child pornography.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I want to thank the leadership of the committee and everyone on the committee, bipartisan fashion. This was an issue brought to the fore by Senator Berthel, came and testified regarding it, and state's attorneys were running into difficulties regarding this issue and comporting our laws with federal laws that have been tried and tested by the court system will help the more efficient running of the judicial branches, criminal justice division, and it's just good public policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Senator, I will note, thanks for recognizing the Division of Criminal Justice. I'll note that the JFS language addresses a concern in item 16 that they had raised to our attention. Representative Fishbein for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move item number 8, SB 1439, an act concerning the definition of child sexual abuse material to the consent calendar.
Seeing no objection, that's so ordered. Number 9, Senate Bill number 1443, an act concerning the provision of survivors' benefits and health insurance coverage to family members of correctional officers, etc. Motion is a JF. Motion from Senator Flexer, second from Senator Kissel. Senator Winfield.
Mr. Chair, just to be clear for everybody's edification, I'll talk about the et cetera. So it provides those benefits you referred to in the title to the family members of corrections officers, CSSD, which is Court Support Services Division. Their investigators, the Criminal Justice Division investigators, and the Office of Chief Public Defender's investigators. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Discussion on this bill. If not, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move item number 9, SB 1443, an act considering, et cetera. No. An act concerning the provision of survivors' benefits and health insurance coverage to family members of corrections officers, Court Support Services Division investigators, Criminal Justice Division investigators, and Office of Chief Public Defender investigators killed in the line of duty to consent calendar.
Objection to placing item on consent. If not, so ordered. Number 10, an act concerning racial and ethnic impact statements, Senate Bill number 1506. The motion will be a JFS, LCO number 6982.
So moved. Sorry.
Motion from Senator Flexer, second from Senator Winfield. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Several years ago, this committee did some good work to update our statements that at one point only this committee could do as it related to the corrections population, and expand it to policy across the General Assembly, where that kind of information might be very useful. In doing that, we have yet to issue a racial and ethnic impact statement. So the attempt of this bill is to make it so that we can move forward with that. There is JFS language in the public hearing. There was conversation about the 10 days that had been in the bill that is restored under the JFS language, and it has no new language regarding the electronic posting on the General Assembly's website. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. So a racial and ethnic impact statement. In our day and age right now, there seems to be some disagreement regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion on the federal level, and we'll see how that plays out nationally as time moves forward. And so some people might say, well, why would you as a Connecticut legislature want to move into looking at a racial and ethnic impact statement? I will say that quite often, especially in this committee, when we have bill proposals, there are advocates on both sides, and they will raise issues regarding disproportionate impact on certain segments of our society. They might say, oh, if you have too many laws regarding broken down cars, it disproportionately impacts people of color. I don't know. You can hear anecdotal evidence, you can hear stories, but you really don't know to any degree scientifically if these claims are true or not true. And certainly, I think that in many of matters that come before us, as far as bill proposals, we want to make sure that they're administered fair and even-handedly. A lot of times, I will make that assertion, but I think it would be helpful. And what this would do is move forward with something that Senator Winfield has really worked on for the last few years, that if an individual legislator wants to have this analysis done, there will be an objective analysis, and we may be critical of how it's done in the beginning, but we need to walk down that path to actually determine whether a bill proposal will or will not have a disparate impact on a certain race or ethnicity. That will go a long way to building trust in our system. If people's accusations are not founded, it would be good to get to the bottom of that. Conversely, if their concerns are well-founded and an objective analysis bears that out, then maybe we need to reword the bill or abandon that proposal because of that determination. So I think this is a good step forward. I think that learning more things about a bill proposal can never hurt. And I applaud the efforts of Senator Winfield in pushing this concept forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion on this bill, Representative Fishman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, I just want to thank the advocates for listening. During the public hearing, we did talk about, I in particular brought up some problems with the constraints that the language put upon the process, with particular the amount of time, the days, the fact that an amendment was not eligible for one of these impact statements. And I appreciate the JFS language that's before us that restores many of those rights and responsibilities. So I just wanted that noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 10 and it's HB, no, it's SB 1506, an act concerning racial and ethnic impact statements to the consent calendar.
Objection to place the item on consent? Seeing none, that is so ordered. Number 11, Senate Bill number 1541, an act concerning the Office of the Correction Ombuds. The motion will be a JFS, LCO number 7096.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill deals with the correction ombuds that this committee recently passed out in a recent past legislature, and it was dealt with in conversation with the governor. And it deals with the length of the term of the ombudsperson, moving it from 2 to 4 years. It modifies the duties and powers, including speaking to when and how the ombudsperson can get into our prisons. It amends the budget process, ensuring that the correction ombudsperson has a budget. Modifies the provisions using force, requires the development of a plan for body cameras by corrections officers, permits claims to be granted to sue the state. And then there's JFS language, and the JFS language took into account much of what was talked about during the public hearing and makes attempt to deal with those issues while maintaining the bulk of what the original bill was looking for. That language was worked on by members on both sides of the aisle, if you will. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. I want to thank Senator Winfield for working closely with myself and my crack counsel, Attorney Melanie Dykes. over the weekend to modify a lot of this language. I will grant that it's probably not complete at this time. I know that some of my colleagues still have concerns with various portions. Indeed, the new terminology that would allow for the removal for some kind of cause of the ombudsperson is novel, in that the governor would have to make the recommendation to this committee, and this committee would conduct the hearing. So incorporating the legislative branch into this process may be unusual, but it seemed like a viable methodology. Fundamentally, at the root of all of this, though, is an acknowledgement that it's good to have an objective watchdog individual monitoring what is going on in the Department of Corrections. And that is not a slight to the men and women who serve as correctional officers throughout the Department of Corrections, and our Commissioner Quiros, or Governor Lamont. These folks have a very difficult job, but these are institutions, these are facilities that have to be working and functioning 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. There are many, many human souls that are in our Department of Corrections day in and day out, serving long stretches, long bids because of the crimes they committed. We cannot have a system that allows for violence against corrections officers or inmate violence. And if there are problems in the functioning of this institution, there needs to be someone that can look into this on the inside to report back out to not only the legislature, but to the executive branch as to what he or she is finding, so that corrections can be made as to how the operation is ongoing. We have these individuals, these men and women's lives at our responsibility as a state. And this is a way of allowing the ombudsperson to have some latitude to be able to conduct the job that he or she has been tasked with, but also affording us an opportunity to review what they produce. And if they are astray from their mission, removing that individual so that another individual can go about this business. And so with that, I acknowledge that it may not be perfect, but we should never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And with that, I would urge my colleagues' support. Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do acknowledge that I did not receive the language until about an hour and a half ago. When the initial language came to the committee, I did have significant issues with it. And now we have this new novel situation with regard to removal in the very beginning of the bill. I have not had the time to fully look at the bill here today, but I just point out that the procedure for removal as laid out is that complaint would be made to the executive branch. The executive branch would evaluate that and determine whether or not it merited action. That complaint would be referred to this committee that is required to have a hearing on it. This committee could accept the removal action by the executive branch or reject. Let's say that this committee did determine that the request of the governor of the executive branch was appropriate and they did affirm the removal. It would then go to the General Assembly. However, it's a pocket pass situation. There is no requirement that the General Assembly ever takes it up, and the language specifically says rejection or failure to take action on such resolution by either house shall result in such complaint being deemed resolved and not result in the removal. So the problem is that it results in an action by this body that may never be voted on by the full legislature, and yet the action by this body is not respected and brought to the full legislature. So I just want to point that out. I'm sure I'm going to have more of a chance to look at this language, but I would mandate that, if that very severe action is authorized by this committee, that the two houses, the House and Senate, take it up and actually vote on it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note that I recognize the concerns expressed by Representative Fishbein. as I'm sure he knows, and apologies for the short notice on what we actually did. But as I'm sure he knows, our attempt over the weekend was to try to come to language that we could agree upon. We went back and forth a little bit on that section, and I would be happy to discuss to make sure that it works to the satisfaction of all. I think at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is make that process work. So I don't, in listening to Representative Fishbein, I don't know that I have any issue with what is being suggested, and would be happy to have that conversation going forward.
Further discussion on this bill? Further discussion? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 1541 to JFS it to the floor with LCO 7096. Winfield,
Winfield, in affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Yes.
Flexer,
Yes.
Gadkar Wilcox, Fazino,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yes.
Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan, Chicarella,
Yes.
DiCaprio,
No.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Gillen, yes.
Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey, Howard,
No.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Johnson, Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar, yes.
Miller, O'Day,
O'Day, no.
thank you, Osborne,
Osborne, yes.
Havelock Tomato,
Havelock Tomato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Retigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
thank you, Veach,
Beach votes no.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. We will hold the votes open until 4:30. And Madam Administrator, while we're at it, can we go back to item number 7, Senate Bill number 1536? I'd like to remove that from the consent calendar. 1436, Senate Bill 1436, item number 7, we will remove from the consent calendar. All right. Next, let's turn our attention to item number 12, which is Senate Bill number 1543, an act concerning the Department of Corrections. The motion will be a JFS, LCO number 7107. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Senator Winfield.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is our large Department of Corrections bill. Has several sections. I will talk about some of what it does. It requires immediate provision of evidence-based mental health interventions upon intake. It ensures that the folks that we have in our custody are provided with palatable and nutritious meals and not serve Nutriloaf as a punishment. It authorizes the authorization of another person to access medical records. It adopts measures to increase access to data involving medical neglect. It's a study of the relocation of the New Haven and Bridgeport Correctional Center. It is looking to employ measures to increase staffing at our correctional facilities, increase productive time out of cell for the folks we have incarcerated, establishes a pilot program for body scans in lieu of the body cavity searches. There's JFS language as was suggested in your opening, and that strikes section 7, which was dealing with some issues around the ombudsperson through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. I believe there's a slight amendment. Representative Fishbein first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just want to admit that I was assigned the Nutriloaf task, and I did read, I think, every article that's been written about Nutriloaf in the last 10 years and researched every state and their laws that they have with regard to Nutriloaf. I can tell you that my wife cooks pretty well. And I can't say that anything she's ever made looks like, smells like, or tastes like what I've read Nutriloaf is. So that being said, Mr. Chairman, I do make a motion that in line 184, got it, that the word immediately be removed and that it be replaced by the clause within a reasonable amount of time, but in no case more than 24 hours later. So moved.
So motion from Representative Fishbein, second from Representative Dubitsky, Senator Winfield on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that that amendment gets us to what we're trying to do in a way that is actually feasible. And so I would take that as a friendly amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment, further discussion. If not, let me try your minds. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Further on the bill is amended. Representative Fishbein for motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move item number 12, SB 1543, an act concerning the Department of Correction to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Okay, that concludes our action on the Senate bills for right now. We are going to take a brief recess and we will be back in a little bit. Committee will stand in recess.
Watch out.
All right, we are going to resume this meeting. And earlier, we had pulled item number 7, Senate Bill number 1436 off the consent calendar. Representative Staffstrom.
I don't know if we need another motion to JF it or not at this point, LCO. We had moved it to the consent calendar. We pulled it off the consent calendar. Can we just resume debate, or do we need a motion to JF again?
There's still a motion on the bill to JF.
Okay.
So if you're going to change the motion or amend it, you need to do that.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to amend Senate Bill number 1436, and my amendment is going to be as follows. In line 8 of the bill, ahead of the word "the" detection, I'd like to insert the words incarceration or. And then in line 10 of the bill, after the word unit, I'd like to insert or the Department of Corrections.
I think that that language or the Department of Corrections should come after of the general statutes in that same line 10.
You're correct. It should be after the second comma. And then I believe there's a similar change that needs to be made on line 362 of the bill, that after the comma, we need to insert or correction officer.
So it's moved and seconded by Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me explain the basis of the amendment. So the underlying bill before us is one we've had a couple sessions, which deals with the issue of police officers falsifying police records, either as part of an investigation, or I believe these were recommendations that actually came to us out of the investigation following the state police ticket issue a few years ago. Recently, it has come to this committee's attention, first by way of a wrongful incarceration award, and then again today, that there have been potentially have been incidences where correction officers have falsified medical records. The most recent one alleging that a group of correction officers falsified medical records to cover up a death in Bridgeport Correctional Center. Obviously, those allegations should be, and I think are, taken very seriously by this committee. We place a lot of trust in both the internal affairs of our police department, our corrections department, as well as the Office of the Inspector General, to make sure when there's an untimely death in custody that that is appropriately investigated. And where members of those very law enforcement units or the Department of Corrections are themselves the ones impeding those investigations, it needs to be punished, and it needs to be punished severely. So if we are going to hold police officers in this state to the standard that if they are to intentionally falsify law enforcement records, that they will be accountable for a D felony for that, it is only right that we also hold our correction officers to the same standard. And for that reason, I'm moving to expand the underlying bill before us to include the Department of Corrections and correction officers.
Thank you, Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do concur with the statements made by the House Chairman of the committee. The Prado case that he referenced actually was a matter where an inmate died in the custody of corrections. And as a result of that, the taxpayers paid the estate, I believe it was $9 million. But unfortunately, as part of that process, Lieutenant Prado, who it was found to have, well, it was believed that he falsified certain records, he was let off. He was convicted of assault in the third, I think it was, and got 3 years of probation. But the falsifying of records was apparently never investigated. So, it's ridiculous, and it's harmful. And, when we, as a society, take people into our care and custody based upon a conviction, we do have a level of requirement to do things properly. And I would hope that the Department of Corrections would investigate what's before them, what's been brought to our attention, as well as at some point let us know what actually happened in the Prado case. So I do support the amendment and ask my colleagues to support as well.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question on the amendment. My understanding was the amendment was to amend a law enforcement record, or law enforcement documents regarding a law enforcement agency to include the Department of Corrections. What I heard from the House Chair was, I believe he said, if we are going to hold police officers accountable to a D felony, we need to include corrections. My understanding is that the bill would hold any person who contributed to a law enforcement record accountable. Is this amendment narrowing that? Because I know this bill started, we were targeting police officers only. We basically said it's okay if anybody else does this, but we only want to arrest police officers. That's how this bill started from the governor's office last year. We made an amendment, a change here, and said, well, no, wait a minute. There's other people who contribute to law enforcement records. We open it to any person. Does this amendment seek to change that back to just law enforcement officers through you?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, it does not. I don't believe the intent was ever to, quote, target police officers. I think, yes, there was an original version of the bill that I think we quickly revised, but this would include any false statement made on a law enforcement record. But the way law enforcement record was defined in the underlying bill, that only included the investigation of certain crimes or motor vehicle violations. The law enforcement record under the underlying bill did not include detention records. And so what we're seeking to do here is make sure that law enforcement record is broad enough to include records of detention. In fact, in the situation I referenced at Bridgeport Correctional Center, it's alleged that it actually was medical staff, I believe, involved in falsifying the medical records. And so the intent would be that this bill wouldn't encompass and include the medical staff and medical records in that instance as well. Through you.
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, and I think I get the clarification. So we're amending because the current bill only refers to a law enforcement record, and the record would not include records of a corrections facility. But we are maintaining that it's any person who violates this law would be guilty of a D felony. Is that correct through you?
Thank you, Representative Stafford.
That's correct. The word person in line 1 of the bill remains unchanged. The only change is to the definition of law enforcement record in lines 7 through 10 of the bill.
Thank you, Representative Stafford. Representative Howard.
Thank you, sir. Understood the clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment from other members of the committee? Comment from other members of the committee?
All in favor? All in favor?
In that case, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it, the amendment attaches. Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 7, SB 1436, and act concerning police data reporting requirements to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? If not, this item will be placed on consent. Okay, we will now turn our attention to item number 14, House Bill number 7133, an act concerning parole eligibility. Is there a motion? Moved by Representative Staffstrom, seconded by Senator Flexer. Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill allows the Board of Pardons and Paroles to consider parole for a person who committed a crime when such person was under the age of 21 and received a lengthy sentence. Under the bill, in order to be eligible, the individual must have served either 60% of their sentence or 30 years, whichever is less. Whichever is greater. And then also, I will emphasize that it merely allows the Board of Pardons and Paroles to consider parole. It does not mandate that parole be granted in that instance.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I remain opposed to this bill. I did work with the advocates a few years ago to put certain guidelines in place, understanding that I think our criminal justice system in the state has advanced certainly over the last 20 years. So I know that the language that came before the committee, I think it was a couple of years ago, opened it up to a very similar expansion that we have here today, which removes the date. You know, we said as a body, both House and Senate at that time, that 20 years was an appropriate time to go back to be able to do this. And I was agreeable to that. But what we have before us is to take out that 2005 date, to open that up to anyone. And that's of significant concern here. So I do remain opposed, and I intend to vote against. And I just wanted that known for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbach. Comment from other members of the committee. Comment from other members of the committee. If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on House Bill 7133 to JF it to the floor. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Bazino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera,
Yes.
Callahan,
No.
Chicarella. No. DiCaprio,
No.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Yes.
Doucette,
Yes.
Lubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston,
Yes.
Gilchrist, Godfrey, Howard, Jacobson,
Yes.
Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller,
Miller, yes.
O'Day,
O'Day votes no.
Osborne,
Osborne votes yes.
Havelock Tomato,
Havok Tomato votes no.
Perillo,
Perillo votes no.
Quinn, Brahman, Roberts, Retigliano, Sims,
Sims votes in affirmative.
Leach, Walker, Wilson.
Wilson votes yes.
Thank you. We'll now turn our attention to item number 15, House Bill number 7193. an act concerning the Board of Partisan Parole. Representative Stefan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Oh,
this-
wait, I didn't.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that. Getting ahead of myself. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Stasham, seconded by Senator Kissel. Representative Stasham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill merely allows the Board of Pardons and Paroles to pay its per diem members a sum greater than $110 a day. The funding, we are told, is within the Board of Pardons and Parole's existing budget, and allowing them to pay folks more per day will allow them to increase the number of commissioners available to serve.
Thank you, Representative Stasham. Comment from members of the committee. Comment from members of the committee. Representative Fishbane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 15, HB 7193, an act concerning the Board of Pardons and Paroles to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Fishbane. Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing none, this item will be placed on consent. Item number 16, which has a JFS language 71378, is an act concerning the Trust Act. Is there a motion?
Motion for JFS.
Second.
Moved by Representative Stafstrom, seconded by Senator Flexer. Representative Stafstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't think I need to tell any member of this committee, or frankly, any member of the public, that we are living in uncertain times when it comes to immigration policy here in the United States. As Pope Francis recently put it to the bishops of the United States, these are delicate moments that invite us to look at the reality of our time, clearly marked by the phenomenon of migration, as a decisive moment in history, and to reaffirm not only our faith in God, but also the infinite and transcendent dignity of every human person. This legislature twice before has worked to pass protections into our laws to make sure that state employees and our law enforcement is focused on investigating and prosecuting crimes that are committed in the state of Connecticut by folks in the state of Connecticut, and that our resources are not being diverted to essentially work to solve a broken federal immigration system. The bill before us seeks to further strengthen our Trust Act, and the bill that this committee passed in 2019, to make clear that this bill applies to all law enforcement officers, including making sure that it applies to prosecutors in our state, as well as the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and also extends this bill to certain public agencies, including certain municipal departments. The bill also looks to increase reporting on compliance with the Trust Act to this committee, and looks at instituting a process by which, if a municipality is not complying with the provisions of the Trust Act, a court in this state can step in and force compliance. The bill also works to address a rising issue we've seen of unsafe encounters in front of our courthouses between individuals arriving either for their own court date, or to accompany a loved one, or to serve as a witness, or even victims of crimes showing up for a court date and then being chased down the streets by ICE officers. Finally, the bill adds a provision that makes clear that not only do we expect state employees and our municipal officers to spend our tax resources on investigating crime in our state and not on federal immigration, but it also extends, this bill also works to ensure that those who are receiving state funds, those state contractors and those state recipients of grants and state funding, are not engaging in or assisting in immigration activities with those funds. For example, if an airline is receiving state funds, state grants, and subsidies to operate here in the state, they should not be using that to subsidize flights to deport people out of our country. So with that, Mr. Chair, I urge support for the bill.
Thank you, Representative Stasham. Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the proponent, if I may.
You may.
In line 238, and I'm just going to read the language because it's short, 236, 238. The provisions of the subsection shall not apply to an arrest made pursuant to a judicial warrant, or B, narrow or in any way lessen any existing common law privilege. What common law privilege is being addressed there by someone who is in this country illegally?
Thank you, Representative Stafstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this would impact sort of any whether it's legal privilege or clergy privilege, spousal privilege, etc. The intent of this language is to make sure that the existing exceptions to those privileges would also apply here. Through you.
Thank you, Representative Stastrom. Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just question the utilization. It's obviously not just a privilege. It is a common law privilege. I've never seen that clause used in conjunction with a clergy privilege, an attorney-client privilege, a medical privilege, or as such. So I do take the answer for what was said. And we'll go from there. You know, we are the United States of America. We come together under the federal Constitution. It's our pact. We agree as being part of the United States of America to come together under the federal Constitution. And the Supremacy Clause, which I think is Article 6, Clause 2, says that federal law is supreme. The federal government has exclusive jurisdiction over immigration because our federal government has the whole border of the whole country. It makes sense. And the Supremacy Clause says because the federal law is supreme, that when they come into conflict, that the federal law trumps. It's key and it's important that our federal law enforcement is able to cooperate with local law enforcement with regard to enforcing federal law. Any action by any body, especially by the states, to impede that, to hold that back, to slow it down, is, in my mind, unconstitutional and un-American. Some may say that opposition to this bill is un-American. I say the direct opposite. If you don't support the United States of America, then you are un-American. I intend to vote against this bill as it is un-American. But thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Years ago, when I was with Judicial and the Probation Department, I worked with INS to put together a referral form. So when people were convicted and placed on probation and were using state services, state treatments, and were living in their communities, and people are trying to live a good life, and there's criminals in their community that shouldn't even have been in the United States, we worked closely with INS and then later with ICE to remove them. These were people that were becoming an impediment to the good people of the legal immigrant community living a good life. So therefore, we would arrange for people to be taken who are here illegally and commit and are convicted of additional crimes and be taken in a controlled environment to start their immigration proceedings. After the Trust Act was passed, when I was still working on the job, we could no longer do that. We can no longer communicate with this agency as we did with every other agency. I worked cases with Secret Service, the FBI, local police, state police, all in the name of community safety, public safety. This Trust Act was now, if we did communicate with federal authorities, immigration authorities, we could now lose our jobs because we could no longer do that. So now those people had to remain. And in some counts, they would take them in the parking lot if they were here illegally and they committed a violent crime or some sort of, and no one was bothering with the, petty crimes, breach of peace, things like that, minor cases. So now they used to be taken either in one of our correction facilities in a controlled environment, in the courthouse in a controlled environment, or one of our offices in a controlled environment. And the good chair mentioned that sometimes they'd get chased down the street. As I mentioned in one of our previous meetings, there was a man that was taken in front of attempt to be taken in front of the Danbury court, and he took off and got hit by a car in front of the courthouse. Well, that wouldn't have happened if he was in a controlled environment. So also now ICE would have to go to their residences to look for people that are on their wanted list. And if they go into a resident where there was other people who shouldn't be in the country because they were here illegally, they could be taken too. So instead of just the person who is committing a criminal act and got convicted, now you're subjecting additional people. There's a lot of talk about protecting the immigrant community. I fully support that. I don't understand why we want to keep people who are convicted of crimes and are subject to deportation off the radar, because those are people I'm sure that the good people that we live alongside in the immigrant community would prefer aren't there either. So this I think is a misnomer calling it a trust act, because people who are committing who are victims of crimes and go to the courthouse, I'd never seen anyone harassed or taken because they wanted to report a crime. I just don't believe that's happening. And if it is, it's extremely isolated. So I think the Trust Act helped keep people of Connecticut safe. It helped keep people especially of the immigrant community where they lived safe. And this is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. And it's the exact opposite of trust. We should have the trust of the community for community safety. And this Trust Act further endangers the people of Connecticut by not allowing officers to do their job and communicate with other agencies in the country and around the state, but just single out one. We're going to keep you from talking to one federal agency, ICE. I'm firmly against this, and I think it's the wrong thing for us to be doing and ignoring federal law. And if people don't want to be subject, here illegally and don't want to be subject to deportation, don't commit crimes. Live peacefully, and no one's going to bother you for the most part. So I'm very adamantly against this, and I'll be voting no.
Thank you. I turn on my TV to discover that someone doing one of the most American things you could do, speaking up, expressing their opinion about what is happening, who had legal status, had that legal status removed from them and wasn't informed, and then disappeared off the streets of this country. They didn't do anything that should be wrong. As a matter of fact, we should celebrate what that person was doing. I turned on my television and discovered that there was a person who had legal status and was disappeared to another country, and somehow we can't bring that person back. And I could go through tons of stories. You want to know why people are afraid? Because in the United States of America, where people did not think that people just got disappeared, it is happening today as we sit here. It's not un-American to support this. What's un-American is to take people out of this country because they use the freedoms that we all enjoy, whether we're citizens or not, to speak up, to say what we see. What's un-American is to have a country where folks have to live in fear because they're doing the day-to-day. They're not committing the crimes that we could talk about. They're not the person that in the hearing we heard about is in the car and about to blow up some part of Connecticut. They're just living, raising their children, working, and they don't know from day to day what's going to happen. That's the essence of what this bill is about. The essence of this bill is that when I go to school in the morning and I stand there and I see the people who are there doing what they do every day, taking their kids to school, it's not really important to me whether they have legal status or not. Doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. The only thing I know is that my kids have a great experience because their kids are in school with my kids and they're their friends. And if we don't put the types of protections in place that we're talking about here, one day that child might disappear because their parents disappear. Then my child is going to have to go through whatever experience that is, and it may be traumatic. And for what? For what? Why? Why do we want to do that? And we go, okay, well, that's the law, so we have to follow the law. The law also said at one point, I wasn't a human being. What would you have said to me then? Well, that's the law. There's nothing we can do about it. We should do everything in our power up to the point where we actually violate the law. And despite what has been suggested, we're not violating the law of the land. We're not cooperating. Sure, we're not allowing them to commandeer our resources. We're not allowing them to do things they would like to do. But we're not violating the law. We're protecting human beings. People have told me my whole life, despite my experience, how exceptional this country is. There's nothing exceptional about treating people as other. There's nothing exceptional about treating people as if they're not human beings. In fact, that's the most common base thing that you can do. I at one point in my life decided that I would put my life on the line potentially by serving this country. I did not put my life on the line for this country to serve it. So this is the country we live in. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick question for the proponent through you.
May proceed.
Thank you. So this new section 2, in line, starting line 288, it basically requires that a principal or key personnel will essentially pledge to not cooperate with any federal immigration authority. And if they don't do that, then they won't get any contract from the state. I'm summarizing. Is that essentially what it does through you?
Thank you, Representative Howard. Representative Stafford.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, as you know, it's always tough when we summarize and sort of paraphrase the language, but like I said in the intro, the intent of this is to make sure that if we are providing state contracts to certain companies, or those companies are the recipients of state grants and state funding, that they are not essentially engaging in immigration activities or immigration enforcement activities when in essence, the state taxpayer is subsidizing that entity already. You know, like I said, the example that comes to mind is there's an airline that is operating in the state of Connecticut at both of our major airports. And that airline receives a very, very generous state tax benefit where they do not pay the aviation fuel tax. And they are receiving a backstop against losses here in the state. So in essence, state taxpayers are helping to prop that that company up and keep that company operational. But then they turn around and they are then using those same planes that we're helping to subsidize to deport individuals out of this country. I don't think that's how we should be spending our state tax dollars. If that company wants to engage in that activity, that's their right. But we should be doing business with companies that are going to spend our tax dollars on supporting the residents of the state of Connecticut. And that's the intent of this language. Through you.
Thank you, Representative Stafford. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the answer from the good chair. I guess, and I also appreciate the intent and the example. This does go to any person, firm, or corporation, which would include many things beyond an airline. My question is, in lines 291 to 292, it says the corporation will not cooperate with any federal immigration authority. And in the rest of our current trust act and in the new proposed language, there is always a carve out for these restrictions for cooperation when there is a warrant. There is no carve out in section 2. So I'm just wondering if it needs to be there, because you know, if a federal immigration authority shows up to a nonprofit, say that's partly state funded, and they have a warrant to enter, I would hope that that individual will be able to cooperate with a judicial warrant, but there's no carve out in section 2. For example, will not cooperate except where there exists a judicial warrant or something like we do everywhere else. I'm wondering why there's no carve out for a judicial warrant in this section through you.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Representative Stafford.
Through you, Mr. Chair. What I would say to that is I think certainly folks, if they're served with a warrant, need to cooperate with the warrant. I think that that does trump sort of the language of this statute. But frankly, in order to provide clarity, I would have no qualms with clarifying the language as this moves forward. I think I think as exists, like I said, the warrant would trump and they could comply, but certainly I think that language would be okay as an additional add as we move forward.
Thank you, Representative Stafford. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate again the answer, and I appreciate the good chair's opinion. However, I do note that we specifically carve it out in other sections, but we didn't here. So, that's something that it could be debated, I suppose, later. But I have a bit of a concern that we're as drafted, the legislation before us here tells private entities in the state, if you want to do business with our state, you have to pledge to not cooperate. And we've provided, as it sits, no carve out like we did for government employees, that there's a carve out where where you can cooperate when there exists a judicial warrant. So I appreciate his willingness to make that change going forward. And thank you for the dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is so wrong on so many different levels. It's hard for me to organize my argument because everything I look at in this bill and in the bill and in the law that it is amending makes this state and the people of this state less safe. And there is no good reason for it. We're a very small state within a very big country. There are people all over the world who wish to do us immense harm. And they have, because of the misguided policies of the previous federal administration, many of these people have been allowed to sneak into this country illegally. They committed a crime to get into this country. There are, by some accounts, tens of thousands of hardcore criminal gang members, terrorists. The federal government has declared many of these criminal prison gangs to be international terrorist organizations. Hundreds, if not thousands of them have already been captured in this state. And thankfully, in this country, and thankfully they have been removed from this country. One could only hope that every single one of them that threatens us as law-abiding citizens in this country is also captured and removed. That's how you make this state and this country safer. You get rid of the criminal gangs. You get rid of the criminals. You get rid of the sex offenders, the murderers, the drug dealers. That's how you make us safe. Throwing sticks in the spokes of the federal law enforcement that is trying to do that does not make us safe. Federal immigration officials are coming to this state to get these people. They are coming. There isn't anything we can do about it. They are coming to capture these illegal criminals and deport them. It's a lot safer for the people of this state if the federal immigration authorities can pick them up while they're already in custody. They can send 2 officers into a prison to come pick up a criminal alien that's already in handcuffs. 2 guys. Put them in a car, take them away. But since we don't allow our law enforcement to communicate with the federal immigration officers, this criminal alien can be released back onto the streets. Now, the feds know he's out there somewhere, but in order to catch him now, they have to send 30 guys with full SWAT gear into the community to try to find this guy. That does not make the people of our state safer. It is far safer for our law enforcement to cooperate and to communicate with the federal law enforcement on the removal of these criminal alien gangs. People on this side of the aisle have been accused of not respecting the rule of law. Well, I've heard during this discussion what sounds to me like the dismissal of people who have non-legal status. Well, non-legal status means you're breaking the law. When you break the law and you're here illegally and you're a criminal, and especially if you are a dangerous criminal, gang member, or terrorist, you should be picked up and removed. That is the rule of law. That's what should be happening. And we shouldn't be passing bills that in any way prevent the federal government from doing just that. Because laws like this make the people of this state a lot less safe. They endanger every single one of us by having known, dangerous criminals, terrorists walking around our streets and having the feds not know where they are, even when our law enforcement knows exactly where they are. That is flouting the rule of law, and that makes us all a lot less safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Comment from members of the committee. Comment from members of the committee. If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on House Bill 7212, JFS to the floor with LCO 7137. Winfield,
One bill in the affirmative.
Dahlstrom, Flexer. Oh, Gadkar Wilcox,
Yes.
Pizino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal,
Yes.
Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
No.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
No.
Delaney,
Delaney enthusiastically in the affirmative.
Dillon,
Dillon votes yes.
Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
No.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey, Howard,
No.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Marr, Miller, O'Day,
Rep. O'Day votes no.
Osborne,
Osborne votes yes.
Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes no.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts,
Yes.
Retigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Veach,
No.
Walker, Wilson, Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. And I said it when we started, but I just want to make sure that people do know we were on LCO 7137, but I did say it when we started. Next, we'll move to item 17, House Bill number 7259, an act concerning revisions to various statutes concerning criminal justice. It's JFS. It's LCO 7117. Is there a motion?
I'll move. Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, seconded by Representative Stafford. Representative Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is our annual criminal justice omnibus bill, contains various and sundry revisions to our criminal justice statutes that generally have been worked out between the Public Defender's Office and the Office of the Chief State's Attorney. We appreciate both of their offices' engagement on this in cleaning up and improving our criminal justice statutes.
Thank you, Representative Stafford. Representative Vizino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are in possession of a friendly amendment that was worked out this morning pertaining to section 11 of the bill. The summary of this amendment is that we are going to strike lines 452, 453, 454, which sets forth violations of the Connecticut General Statutes 113, the Liquor Control Act. And the current language says that violations of these provisions shall for each violation be guilty of a Class A demeanor. We are going to strike that language and replace it with shall for each violation shall be guilty of a Class C misdemeanor for the first offense and a Class B misdemeanor for all subsequent offenses.
Thank you. There,
Second.
that's what I was going to ask for. That was a motion, Representative Vizino, correct?
Yes, I move adoption of the amendment.
And it was seconded by Representative Stafford. Is there objection to the LCO? Did you catch that?
Could you repeat the subsequent offense? It's a Class C misdemeanor for a first offense and
Representative Vizino?
Yes, Class C misdemeanor for first offense, Class B misdemeanor for all subsequent offenses.
okay, and just to be clear, in LCO 7117, that's for lines 388 to 391.
Representative Vizino?
That's section 11, LCO.
Not of 7117. Is it the provision concerning online gambling or gaming that you're referring to, or is it for the Liquor Act?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Apologies. Yes. 388 through 391. That's the universe we're in. Correct.
Okay, so a Class C misdemeanor for a first offense, Class B for a subsequent.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. It's my understanding that this amendment is the result of negotiations between the Public Defender's Office and the Department of Consumer Protection. And I just wanted on the record that, at least for myself, I very much appreciate when parties that have disagreements can work out their disagreements in an amicable way and then present the result of those negotiations and discussions to this committee so that we can move swimmingly forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask, all in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment will attach. Further discussion on the bill, further discussion on the bill, Senator Representative Fishbone.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion that we move item number 17, HB 7259, an act concerning revisions to various statutes concerning criminal justice to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Fishbone. Is there objection to moving this item to the consent calendar? Is there objection? Seeing none, this item will be placed on consent. Okay, next, please turn your attention to item number 18, House Bill number 7260, an act concerning excessive reckless driving. There is a JFS, it's LCO 7133. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Senator Kissel, and I heard Representative Staffstrom first. So seconded by Representative Staffstrom. Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this bill attempts to address, I think, a problem we all have seen on our roads lately, and that is individuals who are not just reckless driving, which is 20 miles over the speed limit under existing law, but are excessively recklessly driving. Individuals who are driving 100, 105, 110 miles an hour on our roads. And so what this bill does is it creates a new category of offense limited to those individuals who are driving over 100 miles an hour. It involves increased fines over and above, I guess what we can now refer to as garden variety reckless driving, and also imposes an ability for the police officer to tow and impound the vehicle for someone who is engaged in this. Let me emphasize, I think we have just seen since the pandemic, maybe even before, we've seen just a proliferation of very, very fast driving on our roads. And I think this is an attempt to hopefully encourage folks to just slow down.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I also strongly support this. I've had constituents call me. There's one in particular, I haven't been able to give him a call back thus far, but he was concerned about the super fast drivers on the road. Just the other day, I was coming back from a rather late night here in the legislature, and as I was approaching my exit up in Enfield, going north on 91, I mean, I was going at least 55, 60 miles an hour, and then like in the blink of an eye, a car just zipped right by me, and I was in the right-hand lane. So he must have been in the breakdown lane, and he just passed me like I was standing still. And I just crossed myself and said, "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, guardian angel." I don't know where that guy came from. I did not see him. So yeah, this happens. I think Representative Staffstrom's onto something. When I sat on transportation a few years ago, there was a study that the University of Connecticut did, and it reported to the Transportation Committee that when the pandemic hit, there were so many cars off the road that the normal speed on our highways in particular just ratcheted up because there was less traffic. But as we've gotten more to normal post-pandemic, as much as the traffic has increased, that crazy fast driving has not gone away. And so I don't know if it's just that or a confluence of a lot of different things, but I just want to let my constituents know we hear you, we're listening, and we're trying to do everything we can. But people, slow down out there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Comment from the rest of the committee? Comment from the rest of the committee? Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move item number 18, HB 7260, an act concerning excessive reckless driving, to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, this item will be placed on consent.
I think so.
Okay, at this point, I will remind folks that the vote will remain open until 4:30. And that we will not be here tomorrow. We will be back Thursday because there are sessions tomorrow. Madam Administrator, when you are ready to call the items on the consent calendar, would you please do so?
The consent calendar consists of Senate Bill 1309, JFS to the floor with LCO 6989. Senate Bill 1322, JFS to the floor with Amendment A. Senate Bill 1435, JF to the floor. Senate Bill 1436, JFS to the floor with Amendment A. Senate Bill 1439, JFS to the floor with LCO 6984. Senate Bill 1443, JF to the floor. Senate Bill 1506, JFS to the floor with LCO 6982. Senate Bill 1543, JFS to the floor with LCO 7107 and Amendment A. House Bill 7193, JF to the floor. House Bill 7259, JFS to the floor with LCO 7117 and Amendment A. And House Bill 7260, JFS to the floor with LCO 7133.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. And when you are ready, would you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on the consent calendar. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom, Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox,
Yes.
Pizino, Kissel, Fishbein, Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Yes.
Chicarella, DiCaprio, Delaney,
Representative Delaney in the affirmative.
Dillon, Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey, Howard, Jacobson,
Yes.
Johnson,
Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar, Miller,
Miller votes yes.
O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock D'Amato,
Pavlock D'Amato votes yes.
Perillo, Quinn, Rahman, Roberts, Vertigliano, Sims,
Sims in the affirmative.
Beach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson,
Wilson votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. We'll stand in recess until 4:30.
Madam Secretary?
She's taking care of the people in the, in person first.
Thank you, Pat.
You're welcome, Representative Sims.
My apologize, Senator Miller.
Hi, Representative Sims.
Yes,
All right, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Okay,
Just
perfect. So for consent for Senate Bill 1284, number 1.
In the affirmative.
And otherwise, you're all set. Thank you so much. Oh, wait. Yep, I got you for consent. Yep. Thank you so much.
Okay, take care.
You too. Representative Wilson?
I want to let Senator Miller go.
Sure, Senator Miller. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Hi, Kirsten.
How are you? All
Good, Kirsten.
right, so we'll start at the top, number 1 for 1284.
Yes.
Okay, for 1328, which is number
Uh,
4.
Oh, number 4. 1328. Yes.
Okay, for 1541, which is number 11.
What happened to number 5?
Number 5, we skipped. We
I
didn't.
skipped. Number 10?
5. Number 11, 1541.
What was number 10, please? Was that consent?
It was consent. Yep.
Okay, good. And number 11?
We did a roll call.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think I have you. Got you for the rest and then consent. Let me just confirm. Yeah, you're all set.
Number 1372 was consent as well?
Number
Madam
13
Administrator?
skipped.
Oh, you skipped. Okay.
We skipped.
All
Yep.
right. Thank you very much. Thank
Got
you,
it.
Representative Wilson.
Not a problem.
Hey, 1 second, Representative.
Yep.
All right. Sorry about that, Representative.
Not a problem.
Okay, so I have you for consent. Starting from the top first. Okay, for 1284.
That's the first one.
That was number 1. Yep. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. For 1328, which is number 4.
Yes.
Okay. For 1541, which is number 11.
Yes.
Okay, I got you for that. And then 7212, which is number 16.
Yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Johnson? Okay, can you hear me?
Dan, how are you?
Good.
I was
Okay.
gonna run down, but then you called my name, so I'll stay up here.
No worries,
Appreciate
yes.
it.
I need you, actually, you're all set.
Oh, am I? I didn't miss anything. Everything
No.
was sent before. Okay.
Yep, you're all set. I have everything for you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Have
Yeah,
a
you're good to go.
good day. Take
You
care.
too, take care.
Bye-bye.
Representative O'Day? Can you hear me? Try to unmute. I'll do that.
Kirsten, I don't think he knows how to use his computer.
Are you ready, Senator Perillo? Do you want to go?
So go ahead.
There you
Jason, you
go.
go first. I'll come back.
I just do it in
Thank you,
order.
Representative.
Somehow Zoom puts it in an order. Yeah. Senator, okay. Can we start at the top? Senate Bill 1284.
That was item 1, yes?
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Number 4, which is 1328. How would you like to vote?
No.
Okay. 1541, which is 11.
No.
Okay. 7133. I have you as a no. And then I need you for 7212.
That is a no.
Okay. Consent calendar?
Yes.
All right, you're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative O'Day? Did I lose you? Representative Delaney or Osborne?
Hello. All right. Can you hear me?
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
No worries. All right, so I've got you for this, I've got you for this. I think
I think I only hold the consent calendar, which
you
is
do, it's consent
yes.
calendar. Okay. All right, you're all set.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Sorry.
you. No, you're good.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi,
Hi, Senator, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. All right, so for number 1, Senate Bill 1284, how would you like to vote?
Can you read the titles for me? I remember the
Yeah,
titles.
absolutely.
Thank
So
you.
number 1, it was not concerning the illegal use of certain vehicles and street takeovers.
Senator Rivera votes yes.
For number 4, Senate Bill 1328, private ownership, operation, or management of state correctional
Yes.
facilities.
Yes.
I
think I'm voting with the truth on everything today.
Okay, one
Actually.
second, Senator, hang on a second.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
For Senate Bill 1541, that was an act concerning the office of the correction ombuds, use of force and body cameras in correctional facilities, claims against the state by persons who are incarcerated.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Okay. For 7133, which is an act concerning parole eligibility, you voted yes.
Yeah.
7212, which is an act concerning the Trust Act.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Okay. And then the consent calendar.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, you're all
Thank
set.
you.
Thank you for your patience.
Madam Administrator? Madam Administrator, are you still with us?
Hey, Representative.
Hello, Madam Administrator. I think I'm recording as having missed 3 votes, 1309, 1322, and I think our street takeover vote.
Yep. So for number 11284, how would you like to vote?
In the affirmative, please.
Okay. For, I've got you on 1328. For 1541, I've got you.
Let me get, I'd like to be listed in the affirmative for all 3 votes.
Okay.
And are my
1309 went
votes,
on,
say again?
1309 went on consent. I have you actually for everything.
Good. And
Yep.
then are the votes for the 3 that I had missed, with the exception of the one that was put on the consent calendar, are they aligned with the votes of the chairs?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, they
affirmative.
are. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. I can't say I'll see you tomorrow, but I will see you Thursday.
All right. Sounds good. Take care.
All right. You too. Thank you.
Hey, Senator, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Christine, how are you?
Good and yourself.
Good, good, good. So I think you open until 4, so
Yep.
I want to vote.
All right. So for number 1 for Senate Bill 1284, how would you like to vote?
Okay, so this is all, help me out.
Mhm.
How about the both chair?
So both chairs for this one voted yes.
Okay, so I said yes.
For Senate Bill 1328, which is number 4, both of the chairs voted yes.
Yeah, I said yes.
Okay. For, it was number 11, Senate Bill 1541, both of the chairs voted yes.
Yes.
For House Bill 7133, both of the chairs voted yes.
Yes.
For House Bill 7212, both of the chairs voted yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then for the consent calendar.
Oh, consent calendar. Yes.
Yep.
Yes, yes.
All right, you're all set.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very
Have a
easy.
good one.
Yeah. All right, Matt.
Hi, Representative.
Hello.
All right. So if we start from the top, the first one, 1284, how would you like to vote? There's a street, yeah, let me know when you're set.
$12.84 is the street takeover.
Yes.
I want to have a no.
Okay. For number 4, which is 1328.
Yes.
Okay. And then number 11, which is 1541.
Yes.
Okay. 7133, which is number 14.
Yes.
Okay. 7212, which is number 16.
Yes.
Okay. And then the consent calendar.
Yes.
All right, you're all set. Thank you.
Hi, Representative.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Good. I'm going to manifest that background. I love
Yes,
that.
as have I. It's a Zoom special. I mean, they just like provide you with this background.
I'll take it because my phone is saying that there's snow at some point around us. So
Really?
I'm choosing to ignore that notification.
Like Hartford? Like today?
I heard that my sister-in-law is getting it in East Heartland, and yeah, my phone just says snow is possible the next few hours. So I'm gonna take your background over that,
Whatever.
if you
Okay.
don't mind.
You can have it.
All
There
right.
you go.
Okay, so for number one, Senate Bill 1284, how would you like to vote?
I'm just going to ask you a precursory question.
Yeah.
Do the chairs vote yes on every bill that came out of committee today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I will vote yes,
Okay, 1284. For
which is also my birthday, December 1984,
that's awesome.
right?
Right, I was March of 85, so I was right after you.
Okay, all right.
That was a good time.
Yeah, it was a good time.
You know, good memories.
It's a time. I don't know.
Yeah. Senate Bill 1328, which is number 4.
Yes,
All right. 1541, which is number 11.
yes,
Okay. 7133.
yes,
7212.
yes,
And then the consent calendar.
yes.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Senator.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, and you?
I'm good.
All right, I'll make this quick, okay? So for number 1 on the agenda, Senate Bill 1284, how would you like to vote? The street takeovers. Do you want me to tell you the bill title? Yeah, you there?
Yes, I'm there. Could you hear me?
Yep, I can now. How would you like to
Yep.
vote?
Yes.
Okay, yes on that. For 1541, which was number 11, it was the Office of the Correction Ombuds, body cams in correctional facilities, etc.
Well, I want to do what's consistent with the chairs. They voted yes on that?
They both did, yes.
Yes.
Okay, you voted for that. And then for 7212, an act concerning the Trust Act.
Yes.
Okay, and then the consent calendar.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, you're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks
Take
for all
care.
you do. You take care. All right,
Thank you,
bye-bye
you too.
now. Yeah.
Hi, Representative.
Hey, how are you? Sorry
There
about
you
that.
go. Nah, you're good. You're good. Okay, so for number 1, which is Senate Bill, oh my gosh, out of order. Senate Bill 1284. How would you like to, do you want me to give you the titles as well or no?
Just
Just
tell me how
voted.
Steve voted if you
He voted
could.
yes.
Yes.
For 1328, which is Steve voted yes for this as well.
Yes.
1541, Steve voted yes for this.
Yes.
7133, Steve voted yes for this.
Yes.
7212, which is the Trust Act, Steve voted yes for that.
Yes.
And then the consent calendar.
Yes.
All right, you're all set.
Perfect. Thank you,
Thanks,
Kristen.
appreciate it.
Kristen, bye.
Yeah.